I'm terrible with dates, and I think he was 7 months old, and told us that he was coming to Iceland. Össur is an Icelandic company. Össur made his blades. So he was coming because of that to Iceland. And he wrote us and asked if we wanted to meet him, and that if he could see Hafliði. And we were, of course, very, very happy, and said yes, and invited him to dinner. And he came with Trevor Brockman, the man who makes his prosthesis here in South Africa. And that was a lovely night. And so he met all of us. And then there were many visits to Iceland that he had to, come because of the blades. And he always contacted us, and we always met, and so we had a lovely friendship. And then,
if I may ask, did he have a special interest in your son?
Sorry?
Did he have a special interest in your son?
Yes, very much. But what was really nice was that my daughter is 3 years older than my son, and it can be very difficult to have a disabled sibling who gets all the attention. And everybody asks about my son, but never about her. But Oscar always asked about her, talked to her, and made sure that she was never left out. So he was always equally kind to both of them, which made me very happy.
And you were then talking about you were going somewhere to watch him running?
Yes, we went, I think it's 2 times. No, we went 3 times to Manchester. It's not so far from Iceland, in a direct flight, to see him run in the Paralympics. It was nice for my son to see him running, because my son had a difficulty adapting to his prosthesis in the beginning. So it's an inspiration to go there to see Oscar and, of course, the other runners. And there was this one time my son was 3 years old. Me and my family were there, my husband, my daughter, Hafliði, 3 years old, my daughter was 6, and my mother. And he had just won a gold medal, and they were interviewing him and taking photos of him and that sort of thing. But then they sort of turned to some other runner. So he used the opportunity quite unexpectedly. We were just standing sort of close by, and ran and took the medal of him, the gold medal, and put it around my son's neck and said, "This is for you, champion." And my son thought he had won something. But we still have that medal. It was a very lovely gesture. And yeah.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I won't have any questions. May I just ask you one question? How old is your son now?
He is almost 11.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you very much, Madam. Unless there is a re-examination, thank you very much for your assistance.
You're welcome,
You may be
Thank you.
excused.
Which way?
Welkom, Marius Nel.
Your full names and surname?
Marius Nel.
Do you have any objection against taking the oath?
Confirm.
Do you confirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Nell is the surname.
Yes.
Mr. Nell, you may be seated if you so wish.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Mr. Nel, you must just try to speak up, please. My lady, my understanding of the court order in relation to the broadcasting is that the defence witnesses have a choice not to be televised, and it's his request not to be televised.
There's a request which I grant that this witness, Mr. Nel, is not to be televised.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Nel, what is your profession?
My lady, I'm a pastor at 3C Ministries.
And could you just give a brief description of 3C Ministries?
My lady, 3C Ministries is a community-based church based in Centurion.
And apart from the religious part, is the church involved in any projects?
My lady, we have a registered NPO, registered under the name Bright Smiles, Bright Future. And under this NPO, we have various projects through which we reach out to the community and various communities.
Would that be the privileged or the underprivileged community?
My lady, it's focused primarily on the underprivileged.
And not in full detail, but what does it involve, those projects? Just a very brief description.
Thank you, my lady. We have under these projects, one of these projects is called Adopt a Scholar, my lady, and our aim with this project is to assist and work with the Department of Education, to assist the Department of Education to reach out to underprivileged learners, where we, during the course of the year, have 4 drives where we, in January, provide the learners with stationery packs. During the Easter time, we provide each one of our learners with a special gift for Easter. And then during winter, we also provide them with each a blanket, which they can take home or bring back to school. And then also during Christmas, we give them a special gift and a photo to these underprivileged learners. We have currently about 4,000 learners that we reach through the Adopt a Scholar project. We also have a feeding scheme, my lady, where we, on a daily basis, every school day of the year, we provide food for more or less 5,000 children on a daily basis. We also have a Medic Assist project where we have medical doctors, a team of medical doctors who provide these services within an informal settlement to assist the children of that community.
Now, Mr. Pistorius, is he a member of your church?
That's right, my lady.
And you were approached some time ago, the church, to see if there's a possibility of him involving himself in some of the projects?
That's right, my lady.
And what did you take this up?
My lady, we've received previously. We received requests from certain school, well, from a school, to find out one of the schools where we are involved, to find out if we could possibly get involved with athletics training and sports training. And when the opportunity arose for the possibility of Mr. Pistorius' involvement, I've done research, spoke to various schools to find out if they would be interested in Mr. Pistorius' service to train the learners.
And what would that service include, or what would it be about?
My lady, we looked specifically at sports, fitness, skill development, and nutrition for these learners.
And what was Mr. Pistorius' attitude about it?
Mr. Pistorius was very excited and positive about it.
And the church?
The church are also very excited about that, the possibility of his involvement in these projects.
And the feedback from the schools?
My lady, the feedback from the schools were very positive. I spoke personally to these principals who confirmed that they would appreciate his involvement and that it would have a great effect in the school.
Did you also visit Mr. Pistorius at a time when he was still incarcerated?
My lady, I visited Mr. Pistorius often. I'm a registered spiritual worker at DCS.
And what was the purpose of your visits?
My lady, as a pastor, I provided spiritual care, encouragement, and comfort in the time that he was incarcerated.
How did you experience him?
My lady, I experienced Mr. Pistorius as a man that was broken, who expressed his sorrow.
And how did you contribute? How did you help him? By doing what?
My lady, I ministered to Mr. Pistorius, prayed with him, shared the word with him, encouraged him, and supported him with issues at hand.
The schools that you contacted, do you have the names?
I do have the names, my lady.
Which schools were those?
My lady, I prefer not to reveal the names.
Is it still subject to whatever a court may decide?
That's right, my lady.
But you have all the information, you can confirm
I have
that.
all the information. I have letters from the principals who have discussed it with the SGBs.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roux. Yes, Mr. Nell?
May I ask the court to stand down for 15 minutes?
We'll stand down for 15 minutes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
under oath, Mr. Mayor? Yes, Mr. Mayor.
That would be Mr. Mayor. It's kind of strange to address the witness as Mr. Nell. Mr. Nell, how many times did you visit the accused whilst he was in prison?
My lady, the aim was on a weekly basis that I had an appointment with him, quite often.
And whenever he wanted to see you or you wanted to see him, the prison authorities made that possible.
That's right, my lady.
And you were allowed access to him, you were allowed whatever you wanted to minister to him and to pray with him, you were allowed to do that.
That's right, my lady.
I have no further questions, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Roux.
Thank you. I have no re-examination, my lady.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nell, for your assistance. You may be excused. Yes, Mr. Roux.
My lady, I don't have at present further witnesses to call because I do not know the state's going to call and whether I will be in a position to rebut because I have no clue they're going to call. So at this point in time, my lady, I have no further witnesses.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Nell.
Court please, my lady, my first witness would be Mr. Reeva Steenkamp. May I, however, I know that we've just came back from standing down. It would take me a bit of time to get the court ready and to get the witness ready. May I have half an hour, my lady, to get the witness ready? It could be quicker, and then I'll call the court.
Yes. Is there an objection, Mr. Roux? We'll stand down for 30 minutes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. of Rising Court Supermarket.
You may be seated, Mr. Pistorius.
May it please the court. I call as the first witness for the state, Mr. Gerrie Steenkamp.
Your full names and surname?
My full name, Barry John Steenkamp.
Do you have any objection against taking the oath?
I have no objection, no.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steenkamp. You may be seated if you so wish.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Steenkamp, you're the father of Reeva Steenkamp, the deceased in this matter, is that correct?
That's correct.
On the previous occasion, Kim Martin gave evidence. Do you know her?
I do know about that, yes. My niece, Kim Martin.
In her evidence, Mr. Steenkamp, she indicated that she spoke to you the evening before she gave evidence.
She did, that's right.
And you indicated that she should go ahead.
I gave her permission and I asked her to go ahead, yes.
You also indicated at the time, and she testified to the fact, that you would have wanted to give evidence, but you just couldn't.
I couldn't at the time.
Why could you not?
Well, I took a bad turn and I was advised by my doctor not to travel up to Pretoria from Port Elizabeth.
Do you now feel comfortable to give evidence?
I must give evidence, yes.
Mr. Steenkamp, do you still think of Reeva?
My lady, every day. Every day of my life, morning, noon, at night, early hours of the morning, I think of her all the time.
But I have indicated to the witness that if he feels uncomfortable and wanted us to stop, he should just indicate. Mr. Steenkamp, do you have any photographs or paintings of Reeva in your house?
In our house, in the lounge, dining room, bedrooms, all over. Reeva's there with us. Photographs.
You still talk to her?
Every day, my lady. You know, people say it takes you 2 years, 3 years, and you start feeling a little bit better about the whole thing. But every day of my life is the same. I talk to her, and little things that come up. If I see a feather or something like that, Reeva's with me all the time, yes.
Now, Mr. Steenkamp, you have a veranda at your house.
I have, yes.
And do you sit there often?
That's where I spend most of my time, my lady. Ever since Reeva's death, I myself have changed completely. I wouldn't say that I've become a recluse, but I can't really mix with people anymore. And I sit on that veranda at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, which has become a habit. And I smoke my cigarettes and drink my coffee, yes.
And you use your phone for what purpose?
Most of the time I haven't got very much knowledge on the new technology of cell phones, but I get things virtually every day on Facebook from people that support us with photographs of Reeva. I must have a couple of hundred of them, which I go through every day, yes.
Mr. Steenkamp, how did this murder affect your life?
When you ask me that, from that day, it's affected myself and my family so much. And it's very difficult to explain, but our lives have just changed completely, yes.
Now, if you think of the incident that happened, what do you think of?
It's very difficult to explain it. And you talk about the incident, are you talking about
The murder.
what happened that day?
Yes.
I don't wish that on any human being. Finding out what happened, it devastated us. I ended up having a stroke, and so many things since then have happened where I've gone to doctors and to surgeons, which I still have to go in for my heart and everything like that. I just don't wish that on anybody in this whole world.
Let's just put the family into perspective. You have a son from a previous marriage, is that
I
correct?
have a son from a previous marriage, Adam. He's in England, yes.
How old is he?
He's 40, he's just turned 40 years old.
And
And June has a daughter from a previous marriage, Simone.
how old is she?
Simone is 50.
Do you mind that I asked your age?
I'm 73 years old.
Now, Reeva gave, Kim gave evidence, and she indicated that you lived in Cape Town and then moved to PE.
That is correct. I think the year 1991.
In Port Elizabeth, was Reeva the only minor child in the house?
Reeva was the only minor child that lived with us.
We will deal with the day of the incident in more detail, but you explained to me one of the consequences of what happened is that your landlord took certain steps.
Yes. You know, we were at that time in financial difficulty, and with Reeva's passing, the landlady had found out that I was virtually bankrupt. And within 2 weeks after Reeva's death, she gave us notice in the house. We had never been behind on our rent or anything, but she gave us notice because of what she read in the newspapers. We could have stayed on, but we decided it was so distasteful of her to do something like that that we decided to reallocate immediately.
Now, Mr. Steenkamp, Kim also gave evidence that Reeva indicated that she would one day wanted to look after you. Do you know that?
Yes, I do know about that. Reeva left PE to come up to Johannesburg thinking that things would move faster here for her, in Port Elizabeth. Sorry, Port Elizabethans, but a little bit way behind Gauteng as far as modelling and that is concerned. So she decided to come up here, go through the whole cycle of her modelling career, and there afterwards to go back into law and one day open up her own thing. And she had always said when that time comes that she would look after June and myself.
Were you proud of her having completed her studies?
Very proud of Reeva, yes. She got bursaries and she got distinctions. And she also helped herself by going through varsity. We paid June had taken out certain insurances and that for her to go through varsity. And of course, yes, we were completely and utterly proud of her here.
And as far as looking after you is concerned, you've indicated that at that time, financially, you were in a difficult time. But something interesting happened on that 13th.
Yes, just before the 13th, Reeva phoned a mom and said, I'm on Tropica, you must watch. And June said, well, we'll have to, our DSTV is not working, so we'll have to do something about it. She says, don't worry, I will pay for that for you straight away, but just make sure that you watch the episode of Tropica.
So she paid your DSTV on the 13th of February?
That's right.
Then, unfortunately, I have to take you back to the day of the murder. Where were you?
I was at work. Then, when I trained the horses, I used to get to work at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. I got a phone call from June. I couldn't really understand what she was so upset about, screaming and shouting. At first I thought most probably one of our animals had got killed or so. And she said, come home immediately, come home. Anyway, I dropped everything. And on my way home, I tried to fathom out what she tried to tell me. And then I realized that she mentioned Reeva. She says, come home immediately. And Reeva's name was there. And that's when I started the panic. And then driving home, I realized more and more Reeva's been killed. It hit me then. It's like it happened yesterday. And that's how I first heard about it.
And when you got home?
Oh, complete chaos. Thank God we had a friend of ours staying at the house. And if he wasn't there, I don't know. A friend of mine, Dave Cox. And he was trying to comfort June. And when we were there, it was just, I can't go into the whole thing and tell you exactly how we felt. No.
And you wanted to see somebody immediately. Who did you want?
I phoned my brother immediately in Cape Town. And I said, Mike, get up here immediately. This has happened. And within a couple of hours, he had got on a plane and he was there with me.
Why did you want to see your brother?
Well, I can confide so much more in my brother, and like I'm sure
with Mr. Pistorius and his brother, like he would confide. That's how I would confide in my brother. And he was the first one I thought of.
If we can just put it into perspective, your brother is then the father of Kim.
My brother is the father of Kim.
Now, when you think back, and during consultation you told me of what happened that night in that house, what do you think of? In the house of Mr. Pistorius where Reeva was murdered?
I personally think that there was an argument.
I'm going to stop you,
Yeah.
but allow me to stop the witness. Let us talk about what you think, how, during consultation, you told me how you think Reeva felt.
Oh. Well, she must have gone through those split seconds. She must have been in so much fear and pain. That is what I think of all the time. I visualize that I can see it myself. It must have been absolutely and utterly awful.
You...
Yes.
Will you tell the court about that?
At times, I thought with the pain that Reeva went through, I used to just, I don't know whether I was going mental or whatever, but I used to take my fist and hit it up there against the walls with my knuckles. My injection from my diabetes, I used to take the needle and shove it and turn it into my stomach and my arms to see if I could feel the same type of pain, but no.
Now, are you okay to continue? So, as far as your health is concerned, you said you had a stroke shortly after the incident.
Yeah.
And you've always also consulted doctors about your heart.
After I went to the doctor, they did tests on me. Just recently I had tests. I have to go into hospital in August for my valves in my heart. And also, I must, which I've held back with everything now, I must go for biopsy as well.
You've indicated to me Reeva's habit of phoning her parents. That was very interesting. Will you explain that to the court,
Yes.
please?
It was virtually a habit that Reeva would phone her mother on Saturdays and not talk to me, but on the Sunday would phone me, her father, and talk to me about different things that she would talk to June about. But that is how it went at most times. It was the Saturday and the Sunday.
So she would phone you on the Sunday and only talk to you?
And then talk to me.
Did it happen every week?
Virtually every week, yeah, when there would be the odd week that would be missed, but virtually every weekend, yes.
Now, you've always also indicated to me that although every day is difficult, Christmases and birthdays are difficult.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, Reeva is not there with us. She's there with us in spirit. But like at Christmas time, with the family, we would sit down and one chair would be there for Reeva. And that's how we, when I say celebrated Christmas, that's how we had our Christmas. Yeah?
Okay. Let's just give a bit more details. The last Christmas you went down to Cape Town,
Yeah.
to your brother.
I went to my brother.
And you've indicated that at the table there was a setting and a chair for you.
A setting and a chair there for Reeva. And on her birthdays, the family would have a celebration for her with the photograph, not in her house, my family, a photograph with her and her place there as well, yes.
Now, the relationship between Reeva and the accused, did you know about that?
I didn't know about it, no.
Did she never tell you?
I don't think the time was right for her to tell me, otherwise she would have told me. But I didn't know that there was a relationship.
Now, have you had contact with the accused in this matter?
No contact, but I do believe that through the lawyers there was something, but we, June and myself, declined the getting together and having a talk. Yeah.
Now, a witness testified, and not only this time, but also the previous time, about the amount of money that you received every month after Reeva's death.
Yes. It was discussed between the defense lawyer and our lawyers, our advocate, Mr. Duke de Bruin. They actually arranged that amongst themselves. Mr. de Bruin approached us and told us about it. We didn't like the idea, but we were in dire straits at the time. And I said, do what you must do. And he turned around and said to me, Barry, don't worry, this will be private and confidential. So I said, I leave it up to you to do what you must do for us.
Who requested that it should be private and confidential?
I don't want to, I must talk the truth, but I heard it was Mr. Barry Roux, or his lawyer, that had requested that it stays private and confidential.
Were you surprised when it was mentioned?
I was disgusted. I was disgusted, Your Honour. I was disgusted when it came out that something like that could have been brought up. And immediately, when we were offered 360,000, 350,000 rand, we declined it. Our lawyer said to us, you must take the money, you must do it. We said, we don't want the money after what was brought up in court here. And anyway, I've learned to live with that now. It makes no difference. It's my daughter that's gone. It's not the money or anything like that.
Mr. Steenkamp, have you seen any of the photographs of your daughter?
The only photograph that I've seen was the photograph that you produced here in court. That's the only one I've seen, but I can imagine what it was like. And this is something that I want to ask the court now. A lot of people will disagree with me and think that I'm callous or whatever it is. But what I would like the world to see are the wounds inflicted onto Reeva and the pain that she must have gone through, so that the world can see this and most probably distract people who are thinking of that type of deed to stop them in future. And this is why I ask if something like that could be shown to everybody. Which will,
yeah, no, please carry on.
Which will help for the future, I don't know. But this is the way I feel at the moment.
Mr. Steenkamp, you, apart from that one photograph that was shown in court, you haven't seen any of the others?
No.
Okay. Now, your wife, June, how is she doing?
You know, through the media, through a lot of people, have said that June is the stone-faced person. Does she actually feel or whatever? I know that June grieves like I do all the time. She's most probably a bit stronger, but she grieves. I hear her at night. I hear her cry. I hear her talking to Reeva. Yeah. And of course, she feels just as much as I do.
Thank you, Mlady. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Roux.
Mr. Steenkamp, before your evidence, I consider to take you through the objective findings because I realized that due to the publicity and wrong versions in this case that it might be very hurtful to you. But I don't think any purpose will be served. I would rather argue to the court the objective facts. So I'm not going to deal with that with you. But to say to you that we understand and we're really very, very sorry, and whatever we do can't bring her back, and whatever I say won't bring her back.
Correct.
We understand that, and you would have known perhaps about whether it was appropriate or not, all the efforts that the accused made to make contact, to write, he wrote letters, but you felt at the time that it was not appropriate, and we respect that.
We felt at the time, sir, and I'm sure if you were in my position, you would have felt the same.
Yes.
But most probably the time will come when I want to talk to Oscar in private, not now,
Yes,
at a later stage.
we respect that.
I would like to talk to him, yes.
Mr. Steenkamp, we respect it, and I can tell you as a fact that there's nothing that he wants more than that. So whenever it's appropriate, please, I think
Thank you.
it should happen. May I just get an instruction? Just stand down for 2 minutes, my lady.
Stanno auf, rising for Sugumani.
Thank you for the indulgence, my lady. I have no further questions.
I neglected to deal with one aspect. I beg leave to deal with one aspect with this witness evidence. I just forgot about it.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Steenkamp is one aspect. Dr. Scholes testified that the family's forgiven Oscar. Just deal with the forgiveness as far as your wife June is concerned.
Yes. June is also a Christian. So I don't really go to church, but I'm a Christian. June is forgiven. She feels it's right in her heart to forgive Oscar. But then you must understand, by forgiving like that, it still does not exonerate you from the crime that you committed. So he must still understand that he has to pay for that, although June has forgiven him so that she can carry on with her life, carry on with a thing that she has started now, the Reeva Rebecca Foundation, and let her get on with her life as far as that is concerned. Yes, she has forgotten him, but it doesn't mean that you still being exonerated from any crime that you've committed.
How do you feel?
It's been very difficult for me, sir. My lady, it's been very difficult for me to forgive. But I feel the same, that Oscar has to pay for what he did. He has to pay for it. And I don't know, that's all I can say.
How should he pay for it?
That is up to the courts, my lady. It's up to the court, and we will go by the decision that the court hands down to Oscar. But he has to pay for his crime. And I don't want to say that he must go to the maximum or whatever it is, but he has to pay for it.
As a good business. I just wanted to deal with forgiveness.
Mr. Roux, anything?
No questions, my lady.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Steenkamp. for
Thank you, my lady.
assistance. You may be excused.
Lady, my request that we take the tea adjournment now until 11:30, my lady. What's it now? Yeah. Till 11:30, my lady. I'll take the time also to prepare the next witness that I'll call, and we'll be ready to proceed at 11:30.
We'll take our tea adjournment.
Milan, stanno auf, rising for Sugumani. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Call as my next witness, Charlotte Mashabane.
Your full names and surname?
My full name is Matlatsi Charlotte Mashabane.
Do you have any objection against taking the oath?
No.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The truth, yes.
Raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God. Thank you very much. Is it Miss or Mrs.? Mrs. The married one. Mrs. You may sit down, Mrs. Mashabane Pistorius. I think the chair is very at the lower level. I'm fine. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Madam, you're currently an assistant health manager at the Khosi Mampuru local prison.
Yes.
You joined the Department of Health in 1991 as a training sister.
Yes. You'd have to speak a little louder. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay.
You qualified as a nurse and you were then enrolled as a nurse in 1993.
True.
In 1998, at the Department of Health, you were trained in general nursing.
Yes, I trained as a general nurse.
You were then transferred to correctional services in 1998.
Yes. I was interdepartmentally transferred from Department of Health to Correctional Services.
You qualified as a professional nurse in 1999.
Yes, true.
In 2003, you qualified with a BTech degree in occupational health from the Tshwane University of Technology.
Yes, true.
In 2005, you obtained a BCur degree from the University of Pretoria.
True.
In 2013, you were trained in primary health care at the Military Nursing College.
True.
You obtained that diploma in 2014.
True.
You're currently studying towards a master's in public health at Medunsa.
Yes, true.
Now, what the duties of the assistant health manager at the Khosi Mampuru prison would be what?
The duties of the assistant health manager as local health manager is to overall to see the health activities that they are running smoothly, to ensure that all the inmates who are admitted, incarcerated there, they've gotten access of medication, and to ensure that the nurses in all the stations in the clinics, they are at all times available to ensure that at any given time, when the inmates, the offender, has got a medical complaint, they can able to access the clinic at any that given time. And to ensure again at the reception that there is always a delegated nurse who will conduct the screening of all the admissions that are being admitted at local remand detention center.
Talking about admissions, were you involved when this accused was admitted into that particular hospital section in October 2014?
Yes, I was the one who's there with the head of the prison.
The accused was then accommodated in a wing of the hospital.
True.
Now, in that particular wing, how many people could be accommodated there?
The people who can be accommodated in that wing is only two.
So one would find in that wing 2 cells where people could sleep,
Yes,
a bathroom,
yes,
and an extra room.
yes.
Now this extra room in this instance was used as what?
It was used as a gym.
Now, as part of your duty, sister, would you do rounds?
Yes, on a daily basis, as long as I'm on duty, it is my responsibility to accompany the team that are being placed at the hospital during rounds in the morning.
What would that entail?
The purpose of conducting rounds as a hospital, remember the hospital, we admit the sick patient in different conditions. So our role is to ensure every day when they open the ward, we must go patient to patient to check how is their conditions and to ask them in terms of their problems, whether they slept okay, so that we can take any medical complaints from there before our doctor can come, so that we take the medical records into the patient's file and we do the vital signs.
Was this explained to the accused?
Yes,
Who explained it to you?
it myself.
And you conducted rounds with the accused early on whilst he was incarcerated there?
Yes, from the day of admission at the hospital, we were conducting medical rounds in all the wards, including where he was accommodated.
But then there was a confrontation.
True.
Please tell the court about that.
The confrontation, it happened during the morning rounds, when as a team at the hospital, as we normally conduct those rounds, we are accompanied by the security members because they are the one who's opening each and every ward so that we can gain an access into the ward.
Can we just explain that? At the hospital, you would have people that work at the hospital, and security people would be the guards.
Yes,
So you would be accompanied by a guard because they could open.
true.
Okay. And then you were accompanied by security people?
Yes, and the security officials, when you open now in the wing where Mr. Pistorius was sleeping, normally they are the one at the forefront who will open and tell the patient that here are the nurses now as a procedure they know. And then thereafter we go inside. Like normally as I'm the head, I will be the one who now, when the member has already informed the patient, then I'll go and say, good morning. Normally we greet our patient. And then things has just changed on that day.
What day? Can you remember the day we're talking about? The day?
Yes, I remember very well because I was surprised with that because before he never done that.
What happened?
So he became angry because he just shouted, screaming that I'm disturbing him, I must get out, he's still sleeping. Then I was surprised. And then I listened at him, and then he covered himself with a sheet. And then I explained to him that you remember when I told you that at the hospital this is what we are doing. And then I even emphasized that there is no way that we can bypass in his cell where he is sleeping, because it is our responsibility that we must check on him as we usually were doing it. So there is no way as now he is angry, but he just need to understand that we are doing our duties as nurses, as we used to do, to check on them.
What did he say?
He said, no, get out, and then he covered himself. And then, but anyway, because I explained to him the purpose again of why we are doing that. And then we leave the single cell, and then we went to the next cell where it was Creature Randavas.
Now then, there was, can you remember the date of that specific incident?
Yes.
What was the date?
It was on the 1st March 2015.
Okay. Then there was another incident in the duty room.
Yes.
Please tell the court about that.
It was on Saturday, as we normally work 2 shifts for day shift. I was reporting at 11 o'clock. And then when I arrived, the nurses that they reported in the morning, they gave me a feedback that Mr. Pistorius was looking for me. Then I said, what was all about? He said, they told me that he was looking for the report. Then I said, because I know that he requested the supplement. And again, he requested the other device, they call it Nomatec.
Nomatec.
Nomatec is device. So because it was not prescribed, and now I said, let me write a memorandum so that and then the head of the center either can approve that, because our sessional doctor said she doesn't have an idea of those supplements and that Nomatec device. So she's still going to consult about those, because those supplements, it was about sports people. Then he said, okay, it's fine. So by coming...
But let us just take it step by step. Which doctor are you talking about now?
I'm talking about Dr. Tsatsi, our sessional doctor.
Is this a male or a female?
He's a female.
So there was a discussion between Dr. Tsatsi and the accused about...
Yes, about the very same supplement and the Nomatec, and which she explained that she doesn't have an idea about this supplement and this Nomatec device. I even explained to him that I will ask the doctor, especially to Google this Nomatec device, what is it all about? So after I got it, I decided to write a memorandum attaching the pictures of those Nomatec device, so that at least, because I've checked that, it doesn't have the security threat, so that maybe our head of the prison, as the doctor, will come and see it. Then she will recommend so that then it can be approved. So the problem is the process after we are submitting the memorandum. It goes different offices. It is not something that is going to be approved like in today's time. So that's where now he came looking for that feedback. And when he entered into the office, he came alone. I think the member, Mr. Van Rensberg, as he was the one who's been booked in his area. He was following because he came first in the office. And then he said, I was looking for you. They told me that you are the one who must give me this report.
So he spoke to you?
Yes, because I was seated on our table with these 2 nurses. And then he started, I need my feedback. Then I explained to him that the procedure of getting the approval. It is not going to take 2 days. Now he started, no, don't play these tactics. He begged now, he was having a notebook, sort of like it's a diary. Yes. So he used that diary to bang next to the table where I was sitting. So, like being the 3 of us as female, there was no way that I can display like I'm afraid of him, because I was trying to explain, and I'm still going to tell him that I don't have a feedback, but immediately I get that feedback, immediately it has been approved, then I'm going to call you and give you.
Did he say something about your competence or Dr. Tsatsi's competence?
He talks about Dr. Tsatsi, even ourselves, that, we are being so useless, not knowledgeable. He doesn't know what kind of a doctor, whether he went, he talked a lot of things regarding to the degrading of Dr. Tsatsi.
And towards you?
Even myself, that we are not competent. So. But after that, because Mr. Van Rensberg was already there, and then he tried to take him out, and then he went, but he was making noise after he left our duty room.
Now, there was an application for a private doctor.
Yes.
Did you assist with that?
Yes.
Please tell the court.
After that incident again, he requested that he needed to be seen by his own private doctor. And as is a procedure when the inmate or the patient requests to be seen by his own private doctor. We have got the application forms. And then I explained to him how does it work, that I needed him to complete the part where he's supposed to complete, put the details of the doctor, the contact number if ever he do have, so that then I can now take the forms to the doctor, which I gave the forms. He went. He didn't return it in a day, in the very same day. The following day, in day 3, I think it is in day 3, he brought the application back. Then I even told him that let me phone the doctor. It was Dr. Van Veek on the forms. Then I phoned Dr. Van Veek. Fortunately, I found him in his cell phone. Then I asked him, where is your practice room? And then she told me that at this time she's at Steve Biko. Then I said, can I manage to come and see you? Then she said, no, you are welcome. Then that's why I asked, do you know Mr. Oscar Pretorius? Then she told me yes. Okay, and then I explained that Pretorius is requesting you.
But you went all the way to...
Yes, I drove with my own car because, I mean, I was looking the necessity of, like, I don't want to delay him. So I drove
to Steve
Biko myself with my own car, so that at least Dr. Van Veek can speed up to complete the forms. Fortunately, I found Dr. Van Veek at the reception here at Steve Biko. And then we had a room where I had to explain again because she was not aware with how to complete that application form.
But did she tell you how she knew him?
No.
Did she tell you that she was a cousin?
No.
And was the application approved?
After she completed the details, that's when I went back, I started confirming his practice now with the health profession council. So they told me that yes, she has just qualified as a doctor, but she's working at the government as Steve Biko. So hence my purpose to verify, I explained that there is a patient who needed her as a private doctor. Then they said, they know this doctor that as now she's working at Steve Biko. Then I was puzzled because understanding the policy and the procedure of that private form. Once we are working at the government, we cannot be allowed to practice as. So that's why now, before again, I said, let me phone our full-time doctor, to assist me.
Is she male or female?
She's a female.
Siaketsu?
Yes, Dr.
Okay, so you contacted Dr. Siaketsu?
Yes, and give her the feedback. And then I requested that as I've discovered that Dr. Van Veek, she's working as Steve Biko, knowing that according to this, it is not allowed. So can she assist me to go and check? Because, I mean, Dr. Van Veek didn't tell me a lot. She said she's willing to assist Mr. Pretorius.
But it was approved and she visited him?
Yes, because Dr. Siaketsu went to the CEO at Steve Biko, where they told her that, they don't have a problem, that she can see this patient after hours when she has knocked off, but not during her working hours at Steve Biko.
Okay. Now, if a private doctor would prescribe medicine, how would that be treated at the hospital section in Hosemampur?
When the private doctor prescribed this medication, as we have explained to the patient, they are responsible to pay for that medication, number one, and then we are going to receive that medication with a prescription, a copy of that prescription. Then we administer in our daily record, and then we attach the copy into his patient's file.
Now, where would the medicine be kept?
It depends. If ever it is not a schedule, we normally keep on our medicine trolley. But if it is a schedule, that's where we lock it in our drug cupboard.
But the medicine would be kept by you, and you would administer the medicine to the inmates.
Yes, it depends on the daily delegation, because on a daily basis we do delegation for the nurses for the duties that they should perform. Yes, so the delegated nurse on that day, if ever they've delegated to issue the drugs or whatever, then she will be performing such duties and ensure the patient they are taking that medication as prescribed.
There was another incident where Mr. van Schoor was involved. What happened there?
I think it was on the 2nd of February. I was also working, it was weekend.
What year was it?
The 2nd February,
What year was it?
2015.
Thank you.
Mr. van Schoor is working at the visit area, where like the family of the patient, the inmates, if they are coming to visit, they start there. So whenever the family are bringing medication, we normally inform by the visit members there that there is a certain so family. They said they are bringing this medication for so and so. Do you know this arrangement? Either will say yes, okay, can we bring the medication if it is something that we are aware with between the family of the patient and us. So, but on that day, it was a surprise when Mr. van Schoor, because he never normally bring the medication as the seniors, they in charge at the visit area. He always delegates the juniors, but on that day, he himself came to the hospital with the medication that we're not aware with. So actually, as our duty room, we normally sit in a way that the door, we don't close it, so that on the passage, we can see any movement of whoever was passing going that side to this area. And then we saw Mr. van Schoor was passing, and then we called him. Then he came back into our duty room. Then we asked, he said no, he's having the medication for Mr. Oscar Pretorius. Then that's where now I asked him, with whom did you arrange? Because I don't know, even on our journal book, because we have got a daily journal book where we write, if ever the family inform us that the patient he was taking this medication before he can be admitted in our center. So Mr. van Schoor told me that no, the family did arrange with one of your nurses, ma'am. Then I wanted to know who's that nurse. He said, no, I don't know, but the family told me so. Then I said, okay, let me just check, because there are two divisions always. If this weekend is this division, that other division is off. So I managed, because I do have cell phones for my nurses at the hospital. So I phoned each and everyone to check, is there any arrangement that was done with Mr. van Schoor? Then they said no. Then I told him that the answer is like, no nurse is aware about that medication. So I said, can you please take the medication back and let the family come and take the medication? He agreed to me, and then he left the duty room in a direction like he's going outside the hospital. So because he was busy, but fortunately Sister Matlaile was the one who saw again Mr. van Schoor now going back. Then she says, Sister Masha, when Mr. van Schoor is passing now, is going to the direction where actually he was going. Then I said, Sister Matlaile, can you please follow him? So he met him now, almost he was in the area where Oscar was accommodated. So Sister Matlaile informed him that no, Sister Mashaban said, can you please bring that medication? Because she didn't allow you to take the medication to the patient. And there were two with Mr. van Rensberg. So now he came down and then he gave me the medication. I said, but Mr. van Schoor, I asked you that take this medication to the family, but you failed to do so. So because I can see that you are not responsible, bring me this medication so that I can keep it in my drug cupboard and I will phone the family. Then he leave the medication, I locked in my drug cupboard. Before, I can phone, that's when now Oscar was coming. He said, can you please give me my medication? Then I explained that that medication was not arranged and it was not prescribed. Do you understand? So he said, no, that is my medication. Then I explained again, you know the procedure of the medication coming from outside to the hospital. It must be either accompanied by the prescription, and the family should let the nurses know that this is the medication that it was either prescribed by the doctor or what. Hence, the medication that he was taking, we were having the prescription. But this one, it was not included on the prescription that we have.
So what did he say, Mr. Pistorius?
After that, he started again, these tantrums again. I don't want this because he was having another medication that was prescribed by Dr. Tsatsi, same which it was Voltaren and Bactroben. So he said, this medication, I don't want it, is not working. Then I was surprised now. He said, no, take your medication. He said, I will give you back this medication. I said, okay, bring me that medication. He went, he came. When he came, I was surprised. Now, the medication that was prescribed, it was never been opened. But he told me that it is not working. Then when I checked the one that it was brought by Mr. Fanskoa, it was the same medication. Then I said, okay, we will wait until the head of the center intervene. Because you accepted this medication that was prescribed by Dr. Tsatsi. You never refuse it, that it is not going to help you. So, but what surprised me, if you are saying the medication is not working, you must use it for either 7 days where you can say, I'm not improving in terms of the complaint that we have consulted to the doctor.
Mr. Pistorius, was he upset?
Yes, he was upset.
What did he do? What did he say?
No, he just said, take your medication. He wanted his medication. So, but I didn't give because it was already locked in the drug cupboard.
Now, do you know if he was taking at the time Molipaxin and Cipralex?
Yes, that was his medication from the day of his admission.
And is that scheduled medicine?
Yes.
So where would that be kept?
In our drug cupboard.
Locked?
Locked always.
And would you hand over a number of those tablets to inmate to self-medicate?
No. All the patients who are hospitalized, either schedule 2, 3, we are not giving the patient to self-medicate themselves. We are there to ensure that they are taking medication on a daily basis so that then when we are saying condition is not being improved, we are talking based on the fact that we have been giving on a daily basis recording. So hence it is worse with the schedule. So we normally, according to the prescription as it was prescribed, he was getting 1 in the morning, 2 at night, nocturne.
And so you would not have given him 28 Molipaxin to keep in his cell?
No.
Or 14 Cipralex tablets?
No. Because we're having same medication in our stock, the one that on a daily basis we have been issuing recording after giving him to take it. So on the day question, the very same medication, the 28, in our stock, we're having 7 tablets, which it shows that it will be finished, so we'll have to phone the family to bring, because the medication, it was a repeat times 6. So the Cipralex on our stock, it was 3 tablets left. So which there is no way that, as we are giving, then we can give same medication to keep for himself.
Good. Now, did you continue working with Mr. Pistorius?
After several, incident with Mr. Oscar Pretorius, I was requested by my head that can I just not interact anymore with Oscar, because I was with me, another manager, Mr. Simpe. So he delegated Mr. Simpe so that, this conflict may not continue or become worse. So since after she requested me, then I never engaged myself with Oscar.
So you then stopped interacting with him and Mr. Sempe took over your role?
Yes, yes.
Now, if one enters the hospital section, the wards in the duty room would be on the first floor.
Yes.
Now, the section where Mr. Pistorius was kept, was that also on the first floor?
No, it was on the second floor.
On the second floor. And people would not have access to that specific section, other people?
Other people like?
Inmates?
No, to enter into his?
Yeah.
No, because always there is a security member there, always the grill is kept underlocked if they are inside. And even when they go out, they keep underlocked that grill.
Now, there was evidence later about the fact that Mr. Pistorius was assaulted. Do you know about that?
No.
Would you have known if it happened?
No, we don't have any report of being assaulted in the
If it
hospital.
happened, would you have known about it?
Yes.
Was Mr. Pistorius at any time found with a blue eye?
Yes.
Did he explain that?
When I came back again, they told me that Mr. Preside sustained the injury because he came himself down into the duty room to report that he slept in the gym room while he was lifting up the weights.
But there was no...
Can you just repeat that?
They said Mr. Preside, he came himself.
Who said? Who said?
His sister Mahopa, one of the nurses who was working.
This evidence, Mr. Nell?
No. That's yes. That's it. I know. So, but you don't have any report of an assault?
No. The report that we have and the injury form that we completed, it was of this slippery after he sustained the hematoma.
Mr. Pistorius, well, in a report, it was said that when he confronted you in the duty room, his hand was injured. I think it was said that was fractured. But let us remind you, his hand was injured. Do you know anything about that?
No.
When he, according to your evidence, when he banged the diary,
yes,
his hand was injured. Do you know anything about that?
No.
Now, since the day, since the time that you were asked not to deal with him, did you not deal with Mr. Pistorius at all?
Yes, I never. Instead, because sometimes when we are short staff, I will issue the medication because I have to check the schedules. So that's where I will issue, but I will never go and give Mr. Preside. Then one nurse will be allocated that please go and give Mr. Oscar Preside his medication.
And when this trial started, you were in court when Mr. Pistorius walked past you and other members? Yeah.
Just recent now.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Mr. Pistorius greeted the other people?
Yes, because he was passing on our ray, greeting all my seniors. And then, but when he came to me, he didn't, but it didn't worry me because, it is his choice.
There was evidence about a hanging. Do you know about an incident where somebody hanged himself?
Yes.
Where did that happen?
In what for?
Now, from where Mr. Pistorius was kept, is it possible to see into Ward 4?
No. No. What for is far from where Mr. Prestorius was staying.
Now, this particular person, Mr. Pistorius, said that he heard screaming as if the man was raped. Do you know anything about that?
No,
This particular patient, where was he from?
from Central.
And this tragic incident, was he transferred from Central?
Yes, to our hospital, so that then he can be in what for? Because normally when they bring a patient, I mean the inmates or the offender like that, we normally assess his condition, whether he need to be placed either in Ward 1 or in Ward 4. So his condition warrant that we can put him in Ward 4 for observation.
Now, when this tragic incident happened, how long has he been there?
You know, it didn't even take a day, I mean, or 2 hours being there.
And
No.
then that incident happened.
Yes.
I have nothing further, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Nell. Yes, Mr. Roux.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Mashabani, when did the time come that your involvement stopped with Mr. Pistorius? When was that?
It was the third incident, especially after the 1st March 2015. That's where now the head of the center requested me that I must stop interacting with Mr.
So
Prestorius.
you interacted with him approximately 6 months.
Yeah, from the day of admission. Hence, it was the third incident when now they realized that, no,
Yes.
yes.
Now, in the 6 months now, approximate, on your version, let me understand the number of incidents. Which was the first one?
The first one, it was of the 2nd of January 2015.
And if I'm correct in my understanding, he wanted you to get out of his cell and he covered himself.
Did he cover himself? No, that one, it happened on the 1st of March.
Yes. So when was the first incident?
You mean
Def-
what happened?
Yes.
Yes.
Because you are saying when it was happened, that's why I gave you the date.
Is that the first incident? The
That
first of all?
second, yes, when he came into the duty room. I mean, when this Mr. Fanskua came with the medication. It was the 2nd of January.
And what did Mr. Pistorius do? What did he say to you?
He came requesting the very same medication that I was taking to Mr. Fanskua.
Yes.
Yes. And then I told him that that medication, it was not prescribed, knowing the procedure for the medication when the family is bringing into the prison.
What did he do?
When he came, as he demanded the medication, I refused to give him that medication. And then he said, because he was having similar medication that it was prescribed by Dr. Tsadzi on the 29th of December 2014. And then he said he's not going to take, I must take that medication. So he went with anger back into his cell.
So let's look at it. So the first incident is, I'm just trying to understand.
Okay.
The first incident says, I'm not taking that medication, I want my medication.
Yes.
Was it terrible?
It was terrible.
Why?
Because to me, listen, to me, when the medication, knowing that there was no arrangement with any nurse, that the family is bringing the medication, okay? So then we are not going to allow that medication. Hence, I took the medication, but the problem is when Mr. Fanskor went back with the intention to give, but stopped with that medication to bring it back.
I understand, Mr. Van Schoren, you must do what you must do there.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand these incidents that would somehow make him some person. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
So the first time he said, I don't want your medication, it doesn't work, I want my own medication. And he left.
No, he came and requested that medication that was brought by Mr. Fanskor. Yes. Yes. That's where I explained to him the procedure, that I'm not going to give him that medication.
Yes.
And then he started again with anger, that I must give him this medication.
But tell me the anger. He says, I want my medication. Your medication doesn't work. And he left.
But with attitude, that he displayed that, you, Sister Masha, I don't need this medication. Then I said, which one? Your medication is not working. Remember, I've got the medication that was brought.
So he may not say to you, I don't want your medication, I want the medication that I believe in. That he may not say.
No, but he mentioned with this facial, this anger. Do you understand? This anger.
What anger? What did he do?
The displaying of the anger, like, you know.
How?
I don't know how to describe it, but he was not at his state as when he came demanding the medication, that it was not allowed to be into the premises.
Let's assume he was upset. If I understand, he was upset. He says, I don't like your medication. It doesn't work. I want my medication. Was that the incident?
No, if he's talking like that, it is not. But I wanted to explain. I wanted him to explain to me why you don't want that medication, because it was prescribed and it was given to you and you accepted it. And then you are returning it back. Then when we receive it, the medication was never been even used.
What else did he say to you?
No, that's why he threw me with that medication. The one that Dr. Tsatsi prescribed as he went and take it in his house.
He threw the medication?
Yes, he said, I don't want this, take this medication.
Did he push it or throw it?
Yes, he not push it, he threw it on the table because it was not a breakable stuff.
Like you explained in your evidence in chief?
Yes.
You explained it that way?
No, like when I'm saying, he said, take your medication. It's like you throw on the table because our table is big.
But that was not how you explained it initially. It's now that I prompt you. Now I get the impression you realize maybe it is not that much of an incident. I must now add something to give it some structure. Is that not so? Because I haven't heard that in your evidence in chief. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay.
And I wrote it down. He said he was unhappy. He didn't want his, he was unhappy with your medication. He wanted his medication. That's all.
Okay.
That's all you said. Why do I get the impression that you want to say something about him that's negative because the two of you are not really compatible personalities? Is that not rather so?
No.
Why did he not greet you? What do you think?
I don't know.
You were extremely nice to him all the time. And he just decided not to greet you.
I don't know, my lord, if I may explain. After the incident at the prison, when the head of the center said, can you please stop interacting? The relationship was no longer like, I know Oscar. He will do the same. He will never talk to me. Hence, I said, as long as he's getting the necessary nursing care to the other nurses.
And the second incident? When was the second incident? Was that the 1st of March?
Yes, the second incident, it was of the, I think the 17th January.
17, what was that?
17th January is when he's coming, demanding the feedback when I was coming on duty at 11 o'clock.
What feedback did he want?
The feedback, it was because he requested to have his supplement. And then again, he requested the pneumatic device so that the doctor can prescribe. And the doctor said, I don't have an idea regarding to those supplement and the pneumatic device. So can you please allow me to go and do the consultation regarding to those supplements?
I understand the background. Tell me about the incident. What did he do?
On the day,
yes.
on the 17th, when he came into the duty room, when I arrived at 11 o'clock, the nurses who reported in the morning, they told me that Oscar is looking for me. And then I said, what is all about? And then they indicated to me that he wanted his feedback of his supplement Then I said, okay, because I'm here, I will explain to him, because by that time, I haven't received any feedback. The approval of the memo that I was written to get the permission whether the supplement can be allowed.
I understand that part of the evidence, but what was now this incident that made him something to be something I don't know what?
When he entered into the duty room, after he confronted me that he was told that I'm the one who's the in charge, I'm the one who must give him the feedback regarding to his request of this medication and the Nomatec. And then I said, yes, it's true, but I haven't received any feedback from that ma'am. I don't have anything on the table. Now, he started to change the tone. He said, don't come with the tactics. I was told that this is what you normally do, and I need my feedback. And then he started to make that I'm delaying.
He started to what?
With his notebook, because always you will see when you walk, you will come, you will always have this smaller diary.
And he hit the notebook on the table?
Yes, because we were sitting with the three of us.
Yes.
Then after when I explained to him that I don't have the feedback, but because Monday I will go and check to the area commissioner whether the memorandum has been approved or not. So I will call him. Then he couldn't listen that. He started now banging the table with anger, now shaking, you know. Then because I was seated, there was no way that, I can react otherwise. Then I was calm, but at the end I told him that I don't have that feedback until on Monday.
You know, with respect, Mr. Mashabane, he was now also shaking with anger.
Yes, when he was there, banging, he was, you know.
Did you tell the court that previously, that he was shaking with anger?
Yes.
And that he banged with what on the table?
On this notebook.
He banged his notebook on the table?
Yes.
Not his fist?
No.
You see, what I'm trying to understand, Mr. Nell, put it to the professor that he was banging with his fist on the table, and I then, in re-examination, said, no. He had a notebook in his hand, and he banged that on the table. And now it's become a notebook.
Yeah, this short notebook.
So it was never with a fist?
No. He was having this bang harder. Yes.
It was never his fist on the table.
No.
He never banged his fist on the table.
No.
Can I give you his version there? And then we'll go to the complaints register. Can you remember his injured hand?
Injured hand?
Yes, his swollen hand. That he injured in the gym. Can you remember that?
No.
Not at all?
No, because even on our injury book, we never had that report.
Can you remember that he asked for Voltaren?
The Voltaren, it was for the legs.
Let's first get there. Can you remember that he asked for Voltaren?
Yes.
How long did it take to get him his Voltaren?
The Voltaren?
Yes.
It didn't take so long because it was prescribed. He's the one that didn't use it.
Yes. Would it be correct that it was on the 2nd of January 2015 that he requested Voltaren, inter alia?
The Voltaren was prescribed on the 29th December 2014.
Yes, I'm just working with the request register.
Okay.
Would it be correct that inter alia requested Voltaren on 2nd January 2015?
The one that the family brought?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Voltaren?
Maybe is that one.
Can't you remember?
On the request?
Yeah. Can you remember that he requested Voltaren?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The Voltaren that he came on the 2nd is the one that the family brought, which I denied him and I kept it in the drug cupboard.
You denied him the Voltaren?
Yeah, because it was not prescribed by the doctor, because on the 29th he was having the same medication.
Do you prescribe Voltaren?
The doctor.
If I take you to the chemist, I can go and buy Voltaren with you?
Yes, but in our department.
Yes.
Yes.
So you refused to give him his Voltaren?
Because he was having the very same medication with him.
I understand. You refuse to give him his Voltaren.
Yeah, because according to the policy, there was no arrangement of the reason why
Yes.
they bring the medication.
And do you know, on 2nd of March 2015, that's now about a month later according to the entry, he was requesting then a meeting with Mr. Semper regarding his medical treatment because he felt that he's not getting from you what he should get. You refused to give him his Voltaren. Let's go back. That you refused to give him his Voltaren.
The Voltaren that it was brought by the family is the one that was not given.
Yes.
Yes.
Let me explain to you. He fell, he believed his hand was fractured, he asked you to go to X-ray, you refused.
No.
You gave him what they call rub, an ointment to put on. He says it's not working for him. He wants his Voltaren.
My Lord, can maybe I respond in this
Yes.
way? The very same rap that was given by one of the nurses, I don't know it was due to the fall or what, but according to what it was indicated, it was an old injury. He said after using it assisted him. Hence now, I don't know if ever now is the changing now of the statement. But on the nurse, the one who gave him the Voltaren, I mean the rap.
Was it entered into the register? He received rap, and he's very, then a comments column, and he's very happy it works.
They even make a follow-up because when you give someone medication on a regular basis, you have to ask.
Can you show me in that register? I will ask the state to give that request register and show me where did you enter the rap, and where did he say that he was happy with it?
Lady, I'm not in possession of a request register. I think what's explained that it's a complaints register.
Well, complaints register.
Yeah, so that's not the same as a request register, but I will hand over a copy of a complaints register.
Yes. You will agree, you will see if it can be done, that you will see, I'm requesting this, I'm requesting that. Call it a complaints register. Do you have a request register, or is this the register that you use for it? And take your time, read about all the requests in here, and then tell me if there's a separate register.
Mr. Roux, do you have a copy for the bench?
My lady, I received it from the state. May I just... I'm so sorry, my lady. I thought it was handed when it was previously referred.
There is no number in here. I cannot see which page.
Now,
because-
take your time. My lady, I see that it is linked to... we must just get a clean copy for you. We received it from the state, and I thought it was also handed to you. Incorrectly so. We'll try and get a clean copy from the state after mine's got marks on it. I see there is one. That was the register that the state referred to yesterday, my lady, in the cross-examination of Professor Scholz, maybe just for order we can mark it as FB, the second sentence, then B.
Thank you.
Now, first, before we go through it, I see that there's a column which says nature of complaint, and then it says no complaints or requests, and that's right through the theme. So, am I correct that this is used for complaints and requests, this register?
Yes, this is the complaint and request for all the patients. And
Yeah, there's not a separate register for requests. You use the same register.
yes.
Now you can go through and show me the rap and show me that you were satisfied with it.
Why I'm saying that is on our medical report, the patient's report.
Maybe you can look during the lunch adjournment, take your time, I'll ask you some questions in the meantime, Ms. Masipa.
Okay.
And I'm still trying to understand the purpose of your evidence. Maybe you can help me. Are you coming to tell the court that this is a violent person? Or what is it that you're coming to tell them?
I'm not coming to tell that he is a violent.
Well, let's stop there. So I can exclude that. In your view, he's not a violent person. Is that right? Ms. Mashabani?
Yes.
You can look at that.
He is actually.
Oh, he is actually.
Sometimes he can.
No.
Sometimes he is.
Now that you realize maybe your first answer was not good, it's maybe okay to change.
Yeah, because I cannot say it's always, because it happened during those incidents, during when I was interacting with him. So hence,
did he threaten you?
during that time, yes, he was.
Did he threaten you?
I mean, with that behavior, knowing him before, he was never showed me that behavior before.
Did he threaten you?
Yes.
How?
I mean, when he came into the duty room, being alone, we were the female alone, and then coming, and then demanding, banging. I mean, you will be frightened.
Threatening you with what?
With the anger, shaking when he was banging with his notebook on the table.
Did he threaten to do something to you?
No, remember when we are seated, someone come and then act like that, you will be threatened, because this is not something that...
So you felt
expect.
threatened because of that?
Yes, even this other necessity.
You see him as a violent person?
I mean, on that day, really.
You saw him as a violent person?
Yes.
How must I deal with that when I look at your first answer that was no? What must
No,
I do?
remember, that's what I'm saying. It happened on 3 occasions where I will say he was angry, and which to me, I felt like, I mean, it is a threat, but on the other hand, hence I say, I didn't even show him that, I mean, I was threatened. I have to be calm and allow, remember when we are with a patient, you must allow the patient to talk to you and then not even adding so that he can raise his voice.
Can you remember that you had to apologize to him? Can you remember anything
Apologize?
like that? Yes, we'll come back to it later. I just asked you.
No.
Going into his cell where he was in his underpants, he was sleeping, he woke up. That's when he might have said to you, get out, and he covered himself. Can you remember that?
No. That's not true.
Why did he cover himself?
No, remember he was in a bed. You know, when we are sleeping, because in all the patients, when we normally do rounds, we found them into their beds, into their blankets. But normally they will be open. But covering yourself when you talk.
Why did he cover himself?
I mean, cover the head. Because he was annoyed, either irritable by hearing me talking, greeting to him. But I don't remember, I mean, entering into his cell.
What did he have on when you entered? What clothes?
Clothes.
Yes.
I didn't even check because he was wearing his blankets.
But was he not open that he then covered himself?
No, it was not open. It was not open, sir.
Was he only covering his head?
Because he wanted me to get out. That's why he said, get out.
Yes. And that you leave?
No, because I have to explain to you that this is the purpose of the hospital. This is how we operate. Thereafter, we left and go to the next patient.
So let me understand then in your version this incident. You walked in, he was sleeping, he woke up, he says get up and he covered himself.
No. I mentioned that there was always a security member who will be at our forefront, opening, checking the patient, and telling the patient that here are the nurses coming to do round. They wanted to see you. He never said anything, hence the member said you can go in. So that's why when we greet Mr. Pistorius, and he was in his blankets, in his bed, but not wearing any other thing, but covering his body with a blanket. But getting emotional when he said, get out, he covered his head because, he said we are disturbing him because he was still asleep. And which is always, this is what he was doing to the other nurses.
And he says, get out.
He said, get out, you are disturbing me.
So, was he violent?
He was talking with anger like, you are disturbing me, get out.
Was he violent, in your view?
No, it was not violent, but he was just raising his voice in that way, that get out, I'm still asleep, you are disturbing me.
Well, let me tell you, did he cover himself with a sheet or with a blanket?
It was, I think it was a sheet, if I remember. The blue hospital blanket, yes.
What was it? Was it covering himself with a sheet, or was he covering himself with the blanket?
It was a sheet.
A sheet, no blanket.
Because normally we give them the sheet with a blanket. But on that day, he just get out, he close his head, and then I have to explain that, every time we found him in that position, he never reacted like that.
And you were surprised because he was before that such a kind person?
No, we never had a problem. Hence, on the day in question, the behavior like, we are disturbing him, which he knows that every day in the morning we conduct the rounds.
That was now, you said, the 1st of March.
Yes.
And it surprised you because before that he was a kind person?
Yes, we never had a problem. We were doing rounds in all the section, even in his area.
I understand that. You dropped your voice just to make sure. You were surprised because before that you experienced him as a kind person?
Yes.
So
when
that's 1st
we do
of
rounds, you will, like, okay, when we greet him, good morning, how did you sleep? No, I'm fine. Then we pass, we go to the next.
I understand.
All right.
Point that I'm making, and I'm so sorry for having to repeat it, just that there's no misunderstanding. Before that, what surprised you, because he was a kind person before that, and kind to you?
Yes.
Yes, you're satisfied with that?
Yes, because we never had.
Yeah, and that was the 1st of March 2015. You spoke about 3 incidents. When was the other incident?
On those 3 incidents, remember?
No, just the date. One that we know was the 1st of March. That was now the 17th?
Yes.
17 what?
Of January.
Before that?
The 17th, yes. The 17th of January. Remember when we do round? That's why I'm saying when I'm on duty in the morning.
I'm sorry, 17th January, which year?
2015.
Oh, at the time when he was a kind person.
Oh.
Because we know before 1st of March, he was a kind person.
No, my lord. The 17th, that's the day when he came into the duty room banging the table.
But then, I asked you 3 times. This incident was the 1st of March 2015. It surprised you because before that he was a kind person. He was kind to you.
Because on those
the witness, Mr. Roux,
I was not.
The witness, hold on. The witness specified. I think she tried to do that twice. Because on previous occasions, he never reacted this way, and he said he was a kind person.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, he was a kind person because he never reacted the way he reacted.
I agree, ma'am.
On previous occasions, whenever they came to see him in the morning on their rounds, he never reacted the way he reacted.
And also that you experienced him before as a kind person.
No, Mr. Roux, that's tricking the witness.
Maybe, lady, so would it be an opportune time that I can take it up? I repeated that question, but...
I know that, but
Thank
that
you,
is... Well, we've had quite a few adjournments. We've had quite a few adjournments this morning. And I suggest that we adjourn for half an hour for our lunch.
That will suit me.
And may I please remind the people out there, we're not here for a picnic. Please restrain yourselves. I know sometimes things which are being said by witnesses are funny, but just restrain yourself. We are in a court of law. Court of law.
Staan meneer op rising court, Sugumani.
Mashabane, you still under oath? Thank you very much. Yes, yes, you
Mr. Shabani, let me do this. The accused requested Voltaren. It was available, but you did not want to give it to him because you believed that he could only get it with a prescription. Is that correct?
I didn't hear the answer.
I'm sorry, let me repeat it. The accused wanted Voltaren, the family had brought Voltaren, it was available, but you felt that you needed a prescription and did not want to give it.
Yes, and even here, we have indicated that the daughter was informed, according to
Okay, we'll see a month later that there's a note that he's still waiting for.
no, it was not a month.
Let's just get to the point. Then I can move on. You wanted his Voltaren. The family brought it to him. You did not want to give it because you believed that he should have had that prescription. Is that right?
According to our DCS police, any medication that had to come inside the prison, it must be authorized.
I understand all of that. I just want to know, is it correct what I put to you? Whatever the reason was, you believed that it was not correct to give it to him. The fact that it was available was not important. You did not want to give it to him because there was no prescription.
Yes, and to add on that,
And you kept it for about 3 weeks and you didn't want to give it.
it's not 3 weeks
How long?
My lord, when I checked on the medical report of Mr. Oscar Pistorius, we were on a process of his private doctor. And the doctor arrived on the 20th of January, which the very same medication, Voltaren, it was one of the medication she prescribed for Mr. Oscar Pistorius. So it was not 3 weeks.
You agreed that on 2nd January you asked for Voltaren. You did
Yes, yeah, I just checked, but it was not only Voltaren.
Yeah, I know.
This medication, it was the very same medication on admission he came with.
So you said it was not 3 weeks. How long do you say it was it?
Because remember I've mentioned that Voltaren, it was prescribed.
And he says that he was upset and he banged his notebook on the table. He agrees. That's what he did. He was upset. He wanted his medication, did not get it. He banged his notebook on the table. It's not disagreement. Any comment or can I move on?
I will comment, my lord. As I've indicated, medication that is from outside, we cannot just allow to be given direct to the patient. Hence, Mr. Oscar Pistorius was having the very same medication, same with Voltaren. So there was no way that he can stay for 3 weeks without Voltaren.
On the 17th of January, he wanted supplements which included Normatec because the weight was about 80 to 60 kilograms. He battled with his legs. Can you remember that? And he wanted those supplements.
Yes.
And what happened to that?
The supplement was prescribed, was approved, and he did receive those supplements.
When was it given to him?
On the 20th of January,
On 20
2015.
And you say his reaction was when he, what was his reaction for not getting it? Immediately?
I couldn't hear you.
What was his reaction on 17 January?
The action on the 17th January.
Yes.
Yes, is the one that I said he came into the duty room.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he said what? I don't want to catch you out. I'm just trying to move on. Are you
On the
reading from?
17th, my lord, he wanted the feedback
Are you reading from something or what are you doing?
No, isn't it? This is where I've written all this, what I have to recall myself with the date.
Where did you get it from?
It's mine.
Yes. Can I have a look at it? Because I saw you reading from it.
Okay.
And I don't expect of you to remember dates independently.
Yeah, because when you're asking the date,
Yeah.
because I've just repeated those dates.
Yes,
so
Was that the incident report?
yes.
Court would just bear with me. Look and see if it has any relevance, my lady. So it's simply to assist you with the dates.
No, remember these are the incidents that I've reported.
I understand that.
Yes.
So, and he was upset with you on the 17th.
My Lord, as I've indicated, that when he came into the duty room demanding the feedback, he was not happy, as I've indicated.
Yes, I understand that.
Yes.
You know that he was suffering from post-traumatic stress at the time and from anxiety, and he got treatment for that.
Yes, because he was on medication.
And you say the third incident was the one that we've dealt with. I'm not going to repeat it. When you were in his cell and he was asleep and he woke up and he wanted you to get out and he pulled the sheet or the blanket over his head.
My Lord, I will still repeat, because on the day in question, when we were doing rounds, we always accompanied by the security officials.
Yes.
That when they open into their cell or into the ward, they are the one at the forefront who will open to inform the patient that the nurses are now here to do the rounds, preparing the patient that they must get ready before we can go inside. That's how it normally happens into the hospital. We are not just allowed to go inside to the patient while they are still sleeping.
Yes. And then you dealt with the Molipax and the Cipralex, and is my understanding correct that he should not have had that many Cipralex or Molipax in his cell, because whoever the nurse is, because it's not only you, whoever gives it to him, he must drink it there. He can't self-medicate.
No, the Schedule 5, when we are hospitalized, we are not allowed, like as the family they are bringing it, we are not allowed to take all the schedule and give it to the patient.
I understand, but
Yes.
when you give him what I'm interested in, he must now get, let's say, 2 Cipralex and 1 Molinex or whatever, Molipax a day. How does it work? Must he drink it there, or do you give it to him and he can go and drink it?
No, we normally give it to him as we know we give after when they've just eaten their breakfast.
Yes, you give it to him and he must go and drink it, and that's his dosage.
No, normally we give it to him, then they will tell you that, no, I will drink it, and then we know that they are going to drink
That's
it.
normally, and sometimes?
No, it's normally, that is what he is sometimes, normally is doing. We give it to the patient. We don't just like we stand there and wait for the patient as if we are treating them as a TB patient.
So you give it to the patient, and what does he do then?
So that he must drink it.
Can he take it to his cell and drink it there?
Yes.
Yes. I think that's right. He says that's how it works. He would give his medication.
In other words, you don't supervise them.
We supervise them.
No. Let me not generalize. You don't stand there and see to it that he takes his tablet.
Like in case of Oscar, because there is always a member up there. When he said he's still bathing, is going to take the medication. So you will sometimes say, I will drink it, and that's how the member up there, he will tell you that no, sister, drink. But normally, always we let them drink in front of the nurses there.
But you say in his case you would allow him to take it and drink it when he feels that he needs it?
No, not when he needs. According to the time, because we are looking after their breakfast, that's where we normally allow them that they must take their medication.
So you're telling me he must drink it?
Yes, we tell them to must drink
But he doesn't stand there and he must drink it in front of you.
it. We normally do that.
Yeah,
but
normally.
Yes.
And other times?
Other times, like when he's requesting that he's still going to do, that's where now, because we cannot wait, because sometimes it happens where you find that patient will tell you that I will drink it. And then we said, okay, Oscar must take the medication, and we'll go and verify did he take it. But it is something that is not always happening
I know,
on a daily basis.
because he says that's how it happened. He would receive his medication. Sometimes he would drink it, sometimes he would not drink it. He would take it, he would trust that he would drink it, but sometimes he would not drink it.
No, we will drink it.
You don't see it, you don't know it. You don't know when he's drinking it or when not. Am I not right?
You are not right, because
So
we know.
how does it work?
My Lord, when we give our patients medication, hence most of the time, our patient, especially Mr. Oscar Pretorius, he will come down to the hospital and take his medication. And that's where he will take his medication, but it's rare where you'll find that, no, I haven't eaten. So that's where we'll say, okay, we'll come and give you the medication.
Yes, but he can take the medication with him in order to drink it. He can take the medication with him in order to drink it.
No.
How does it work?
At the hospital, as I've indicated, all the inmates' medication, they are being given by the nurses. Yes.
Sorry, I can't hear. There was a noise.
The patient's medication, they are being issued by the nurses on a daily basis,
Yes,
so that then they must drink it there and there.
But he says it's not true. He does not have to drink it there and there. It's given to him and he can then go and drink it.
It's something that is not always like you do, but most of the time you will take it.
Yeah, it's not always like that. It's sometimes like that. Is that what you're saying? Sometimes he can go with it, sometimes he drinks it.
But it's not always.
I know it's not always.
Okay.
And I can show you other cases where he was given medication to say, go and use it when necessary. Will that not happen? Where he would be given medication for anxiety, prescribed medication, and say, go and use it when it's necessary.
No.
Does it not work that way?
No, it doesn't work.
Just look for me, if you look at that exhibit SB, go to the 14th of December. It's entry, it's page 10.
December, which year?
2014.
Okay.
Yes. Can you read there on the complaints or request, whatever you call it? Can you read?
Yes, under 14
What date
December.
again? What date, Mr. Roux?
It is the
14.
date, my lady, is 14 December 2014. It's page 10.
At the
it's right
bottom.
at the bottom, the last
Thank you.
entry. You can read that, please, ma'am.
I'm not sure. The one that I'm ready to say, inmates request to be consulted with psychologist.
No. See if you can find the place. Inmate requested to be given antidepressant, Urbanol, so that he can use when experiences distress. You see that? You see the page is number right hand top. It says 10.
Yeah, I see, yeah.
You see it. Can you read it now just to make sure that you're at the right one?
Yeah, it's the 14th say inmates request to be given antidepressant, Urbanol,
Yeah. And then?
that he can use when experience distress.
So how would it work then?
With this one, because he mentioned the panic attack that he's having. So he requested that he wanted to take it. when he is having that.
So you can take that to yourself.
So this one, it was given because when you check, it was immediately during his admission. That's where we gave him because he was having this panic attack.
Yes. It's not immediate. You will see there days before, different days before. So that's not entirely correct, but it's not important. So you would give him medication to take to yourself and to self-administer.
No, not like this one he requested because he had this anxiety, the panic attack.
And he says
And he indicated that it normally come during the night.
yes.
So, but he said he requested it that he can take it just for that day.
And when did he take it?
He did take on the very same day.
Did you supervise it?
On the day,
Yes.
before I knock off, yes, he indicated that he did take the medication.
Just go to the comment column, the nature of feedback. What does it
Yes.
say?
2 Abanol tablets given
Yeah.
to take when it is necessary,
Yeah.
as it was requested.
Yeah. So you give it to him and say you can take it when necessary.
Yes. And it was at 14 hours.
Yes. Yes. And he says that's how it works. It's not only you, the other nurses. Sometimes you would drink it there. Sometimes you would take his anxiety, his depression, his sleeping tablets, you take them. And what happened then? At some point in time, incorrectly so, he decided that he's going to wean himself off. He's going to only use half because he felt drowsy. And he stashed some of them. He did not use all his medication. That was his Cipralex and the, I keep on forgetting the name. You can help me? The Mollipaxin. Says it was prescribed. It was not illegal substances. It was prescribed to him. He didn't use them all because he tried to go only half on it, which is wrong. And that explains why he had them.
My Lord, with that medication, as it was in a container or a box, there is no way that the packet can be in a container.
Yes. So
that medication, it was never been the one that it was issued on a daily basis by the nurses.
no, well, that's a dispute. I can't take it further. Let's go to the 2 black eyes. You said he had 1 black eye. He said he was assaulted. He didn't report it, but his psychologist saw him and explained to her, but he was assaulted. A person managed to come into the hospital section.
I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I'll speak up.
Yes.
Said the person managed to get into the hospital section at his cell. He was assaulted. He had 2 black eyes, not 1. What do you say about it?
No, I don't get. He has 2 eyes.
2 black eyes, 2 blue eyes. I don't know how you want to call it.
No, it's not 2.
Yeah.
It was hematoma on the right-hand side of the eye.
Yeah. The other aspect of the hanging, do you know section 4? I think you spoke about ward 4. How far that is from his section? He says it's about from here to the back of the wall.
It's not close to each other. It's from far away from where he was staying, Mr. Oscar Pistorius.
He says it's about 25 meters. He could hear the person screaming, and he saw him the next morning because he had access to the telephone, and he saw the person. The person was there for, and I think you said for about 2 hours. I don't know how long the person was there.
That is not true, my lord. Where he was talking about Ward 4, when you go to the direction of Ward 4, there are no telephones. The telephones are at the ground floor.
That's true. On his way, he could walk up and down the passage, and that's where he bumped into this.
There is no way that he walked into that direction.
Yes.
He is always accompanied by the member going down.
No.
And always when there is such an incident, no inmate or patient is allowed to go into that incident area.
Now, let's look at the objective facts. Did the person hang himself in that time, in the cells?
Yes.
You should not have known about it, according to you.
Yes, although I was not on duty, but that incident did happen in Ward 4.
And how does he know? How did he know about it?
Remember at the hospital, there is patient in Ward 3. He might, being curious as the patient who was sleeping in Ward 4, has mentioned when they are being moved out after that incident. But there is no way that we can leave the body hanging there in front of the other
But
patient.
it was in fact the person that hanged himself in that time. And I'm asking you, how did he know about it?
Isn't it, as I've indicated, being the curiosity of Mr. Oscar Pretorius, as there are other inmates in Ward 4, he might be heard from those patients who slept in that ward.
But how many patients were in his ward when he was sleeping?
I cannot confirm that because on the day in question I was not on duty.
So you weren't there?
I was not there, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
As a conclusion, my lady, I do indeed have re-examination. Mr. Roux brushed over your report that he elicited. Do you have your incident report with you?
Yes.
Let us just put this on record. So, you, about that incident,
I don't have the incident report.
I'm still handing it up, my lady. I'm just going through the process to hand it up. Mr. Roux asked you, you referred to an incident report.
Yes.
It was given to Mr. Roux. You said you referred to that particular document to check the date.
Yes.
Now, is this your incident report?
Yes, the one that I've reported.
So let us just put it in context. When this incident happened, you drafted the report and reported this incident.
Yes.
And that is what's on there.
On that report.
And that was dated, do you have it with
The
you? When
very
was this
same
dated?
date, yes.
Now, in this report, you explained what happened
Yes.
when it was still fresh in your memory.
Yes.
And you said, do you have, just keep that report with you.
Okay.
And I'm going to count the lines. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Line 13 starts with the word, as I was trying.
Yes.
Just read that, please.
As I was trying to explain to him that I did give him feedback, he insisted to see the recommendation of Dr. Tsatsi and the area commissioner on the memorandum feedback given on the 29th December. He continued talking, saying, I did not give him any feedback, and he indicated in disrespectful manner, with anger, shaking hands to me and banging the table with his small diary book. And I acted calm not to respond to his anger and unfavorable attitude to avoid worsening the situation and the conflict between myself and the offender.
So when Mr. Roux said that you made up the shaking part, you mentioned that very close to the incident, that he was shaking.
Yes.
And also, at the time, you said that he was banging a table with a small diary book, as you said today.
Yes, I've mentioned that.
Now, Mr. Roux also said, when you asked your question, I cannot take it any further.
Yes.
But I can take it a bit further. You see, Mr. Roux wants to tell you that this accused was hoarding medicine prescribed for anxiety and depression.
Yes.
And just tell me if you know. If you don't, it's fine. Do you know how many tablets per day he was supposed to take of the Molipaxin?
Okay. In a day, in the morning, after the breakfast, he was supposed to take this Cipralex.
Cipralex.
And then the two medication is Donomocom and the Molipaxin. Is the one that he's supposed to take at evening.
At the evening,
He was
one.
given by the night nurses. No, there will be 2 tablets.
2 Molipaxin.
No, one. So combination is 2
Okay,
at night.
I see. So, to hoard 28 of those mollipaxin tablets, it would have been how many days that he never took any?
So meaning that is a month.
And that he never took any of it?
Yes. It's
That
a
he
month.
needed for his depression? And,
Yes.
Okay. So, but it goes a bit further. In the complaints register, Mr. Roux pointed out that he was given specific medicine. Mr. Roux pointed out to you that he was given Urbanol,
Yes.
but not mollipaxin
Yes, it's not mollification, it's Abanol.
or Cipralex.
No, it was Abanol.
Thank you, my lady. I've nothing further. My lady, I've neglected to indicate what the exhibit number should be. May I request that it be marked SC?
Mrs. Mashabane, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For your assistance, you may be excused.
Okay.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I think there may just be a misunderstanding on the last question. Insofar as the question intends to mean that he was not prescribed Cipralex and mollipaxin, I think I must ask a question. If it was meant that Urbanol was in addition to that, then it's fine. Maybe Mr. Nelson.
I can fix it up. I never said that Urbanol and mollipaxin and Cipralex was not prescribed. It was prescribed.
Then it's fine.
Thank you. You may be excused. Yes, Mr. Nelly, you were saying this should be exhibit
SC, my lady.
SC. Thank you very much. Thank you.
My lady, I have a witness to call. I, however, would want to call the witness if we can finalize the witness. I would not,
If you can.
if we can finalize the witness today. If not, my lady, I would rather do the witness tomorrow. I've got one more witness. So, my lady, seeing that we're adjourning at 3, I will call this witness at 9:30. The witness evidence will be maximum 2 hours, and then we will both be ready to argue tomorrow, my lady. So I request that we stand down and I call the witness. I think the witness could be 2 hours, the witness could be 20 minutes, my lady, but I just don't know. And I say that with the utmost respect, I don't want to take the chance of the witness's evidence carrying overnight. It will be emotional evidence, which I cannot do to the witness.
Okay.
It will be my last witness.
All right. So we.
So my request is the following, that we stand down. Maybe we could even start at 9. Or 9:30. I'm convinced, my lady, if we start at 9:30, the witness evidence will be completed within 2 hours, which will give us ample time to argue.
Maybe not. We'll see what happens.
Yes,
We never know what happens.
yes, my lady, but that's my request.
But if there is no.
With respect, it's a whole hour that's left. Why can't the witness give evidence for the next hour? And if the examination in chief goes on tomorrow, then it goes on in chief tomorrow. We can use the hour. We can't stand down every time. I don't object the previous times, but before every witness we stand down, and it's a waste of time. It's just not fair on the accused. It's not fair on Eric. Let her give evidence or him evidence. I don't know who it is. And this whole hour, maybe 20 minutes, I don't know. But there shouldn't be some tactic about it. Let her just give evidence, or him.
Is the witness here?
Say again?
Is the witness here?
Yes, the witness here. My lady, but I'm not doing any tactics, as Mr. Roux would suggest. I'm just doing the best I can for my witnesses. And my lady, I say to the court that I will be responsible in saying to this court, I cannot allow the witness to stand overnight. If we agree now, with the utmost respect, I say, my lady, that I'll call the witness and we finalize the evidence, even if we run a bit late, I've no problem, I'll call it. My only concern is I don't want the keep the witness overnight. My lady, the witness's evidence could be 20 minutes. I just don't know. So, my lady, it's not any tactics.
Yes. And you say it's, the evidence is emotional, that's what you say?
Yes.
Okay.
My lady, I might tomorrow stand here red-faced. The evidence is finalised in half an hour. It's a possibility. I just don't know, my lady. And with the utmost respect, my obligation towards a witness is to try and prevent that. The witness will give evidence. I would just want the witness to be in the box once and have the evidence testified and not be burdened with being under cross-examination overnight. But we're busy with aggravation and mitigation of sentence. I think it's in the interest of the witness, and that's my request.
I think allow it, provided.
Sorry, ma'am.
There's a condition.
Yes.
If we run over the time tomorrow, we'll have to sit until we finish. You say this is your last witness.
Yes, indeed, my lady.
So I'll allow that.
As a court leader.
Court will adjourn.
Emil, staan er nie op reis in kort, Sukumari?